Oops. Okay. Let's see. Get a page open here. Page 123. We need to. Move it down a little bit. So loud. And I need to send out some tweets here. There we go. Oh, look at that. This page is ready to wrap. It's ready to wrap. Got some wrap, son. Okay. We are just putting some tweets out there. Okay. There we go. Microphone's going. Chat is popping. All right. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna be a bitch like that. I'm not gonna go full screen. All right. I'll reopen you then, bruh. There we go. All right, let's take a look at where we're at here. Okay. Minimize that. Let's see. Just gonna double check all the blue. All the gems are lit up there. Gems are lit up there. Ooh, look at that texture. What's up, Raven? Oh yeah, that texture though. All right. I will, in a second, I'll turn off the color rendering, and we can look at the black and white. All right, so we need to do some rendering here. Render some rocks. This page is almost wrapped, guys, almost. All right, let's zoom out here so we get the full thing. All right, we'll turn off all the rendering and just look at the black and white real fast. Okay. So you can kind of see what the values I'm working with here. You know, lots of screen tone. Okay. So, and this is the most challenging part to deal with, is the backgrounds, because there's so much screen tone that you know, you gotta combat it. So let's go flats. All right, so flat the background with this deep blue color. It's actually 2 tones of blue, so that it's selectable. You know, select in here or out there, you know. And then a series of color overlays. Turn these all off. So you can see them kind of one at a time here. A background glow. That's basically dodging the background to reverse it and flip it and blow it out, make it hot. Not hot, but cool, bright cool. So that's what that is. So we're pushing back. It's like a color hold, similar to a hold, only it's just over ink. We're not really coloring the ink layer. We're just pushing the ink layer back, and that helps us separate the characters from the background. You know, so they look kind of cell painted, sitting on top. And then, a second. There we go. And then, got a blood layer here. This consists of a few masks and whatnot that allow me to paint on top of the inks and get blood effects. This isn't very much blood, but for other pages where there is a lot of blood, this comes out to be very useful. So there's a linear dodge layer, 2 multiplier layers on top of that to give me some base, a screen layer for highlights, and another multiply layer just to add ambient occlusions and blood. I want them. Then we've got all of the blue glows. All of the gems are a solid colored tile with a mask attached to it. That mask is basically all of those places where there are blue gems. And so we put that on top of the ink as well, so we can make those gems light up. Because just painting underneath them, they're mostly black, so painting underneath them, they will not be blue. You'll just see a little peak of blue. They'll look more like black glass that's got a blue tint to it. So that's why it's on top of the ink. And then all the red glows. Balvor, he has a red gem in his forehead and in his chest. And then his eyeballs glow yellow, so we got the same thing here. So we got some glows for his eyes. And then any of the green that I add for his carapace, his armor, that's on top of the ink so that it separates from the background. I use that layer. I don't have anything selected there. And then for Felix's super speed, when Esper is his ascended name, I could say, when he speeds up, I like to indicate that with these energy lines. These are done actually in Procreate, not in Photoshop. I actually export this out as a flattened PSD. I got really bad hiccups right now. Excuse me. And then use the light pen to do these energy lines that fill a black layer in screen mode, and then use the same blue colors on top of that. Gives me this nice glow. And then let's see, it's another special effect. What the fuck is that one? What this one is. These are reflected light. So on top of the inks, we got some reflected light because it is water. It is raining outside, so you got some water reflecting from the ground. Never thought of using Procreate for effects. Oh yeah, and it works one-to-one with Photoshop, because so what I do is, if I need to do special effects that are outside the scope of Photoshop, nothing's really outside the scope. It's just 1,000,000% easier to do it on a glass screen in Procreate, because there's some built-in tools there that function very nicely. Flatten it, save it as I append the name SFX to it, just so I know it's a special effects that I'm going to be working on. Bring it into Procreate, add a new layer, fill it with black, set it to screen mode, and then go to town and do all my effects. Then I export that out of Procreate as a PSD, bring it back into Photoshop, move the solid black layer that I did from one file to the other, and being that it's a full black filled layer, it snaps into place, fits right where it should be. And then, make sure it's on top of the inks, and there you go. So there's that. And then the last layer that I've got Actually, I think there's one more. Yeah, there's some darker blues that isn't filled with black. It's just the solid blue to give me this little extra highlight. Pro tips, hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so now we got rendering layer here. Started rendering some of the characters. As you can see, I'm using cut and grads to define the shapes. Yo, what's up, Optimus? Hell, bro. Hey, got my AOTC finally for for killing N'Zoth. So we did that last Thursday, which was pretty fucking sweet. So that's done. So there we go. You know, so you can see the rendering that I'm using. And yeah, so here we'll go ahead and get started now. We're on our flats layer there. We're going to go ahead and get in and make sure we've got the proper color sampled here. And go back to our rendering layer. That's very important when you're rendering to lock the transparency. Remember that. Always make sure you got that lock icon there, right? That way you can't possibly paint outside of the wherever there's transparent pixels. And in this rendering layer consists of many, many things. So all hail pixel squishing brother. That's right. Armin Strange. How's it going? Okay, so just to bring you up to speed here, let's go ahead and add a layer on top here. We're gonna just get a nice ugly pink color, and we'll get just a pencil, and we'll kind of map out what we're seeing here. So based on the rendering, because the key to knowing where your light source is at are your inks. Always take that into consideration first. Second, think about what's in the scene. Is there a car with headlights? Is there a lamp in a room? Is there sun overhead? You know what I'm saying? You take into consideration what the composition of the scene is. And right now we're outside and it's raining. So that means there's a lot of reflected light. Rain's coming down, it's pooling up on this very hard, there's very little vegetation. So that water is going to pool up kind of heavily. So you're going to get a lot of reflected light. So you take that into consideration. So we're going to get a lot of underglows, you know, which I've added some of it already. But just knowing that, looking at the rendering here, we've got some heavy rendering right there. We've got some underneath the arm. We've got some on this side that's being blocked by this armor. You know what I mean? We've got rendering here and here. Hatching is the key to understanding where your light sources are at. Also, knowing what forms you're looking at. This crest has a line here. It's in two pieces. There's an underside. There's a kind of a flat line, and then there's a top side. So we're gonna get, you know, we see light there. We see light here. This is an abdominal muscle. They're rounded. They're shaped like that. So we know that those are round. So that means there's going to be a top edge. These are top edges. These are bottom sides. And you notice you can see the cross hatching is thicker here, and it's a little lighter here. That tells me two things. That tells me, one, there's what's called a terminating line. Right? A terminating line is where light and shadow meet, right? Where the gradient begins to lead to the lightest light, and where the darkest point leads to the reflected light down here. So that rim light, this rim light tells me I'm going to have reflected light underneath and a strong light source on top. So we pay attention to the rendering. We pay attention to the cross hatches. Wherever the cross hatches are, that's how an inker tells you gray, right? There's two ways to tell gray. There's either dip an ink or dip a brush in ink, put it in a little a baby food jar lid with water, swish it around and dilute that ink and then wash. That gives you gray. Or cross hatches. Cross hatching, the further away, I can sample the wrong color. The further away and the thicker they are, the more the thick side to the thin side, this is coming. It usually comes out of black, right? So this is black or ambient occlusion, core shadows, shit like that. The thickness of the crosshatch, it starts to thin out and go to a tip, a point. There's crosses. Sometimes there's double crosses. So you've got black, you've got a little lighter black or gray, you got lighter gray, and then you got leading to your white. So pay attention to your crosshatches. Pay attention to the rendering. Also, pay attention to, what's up, 6 a.m. Comics? What's up? Pay attention to your line weights too. Typically, undersides of figures will have thicker lines. What do thicker lines mean? Thicker lines mean two things. To an inker is telling you by a thicker line, it's either closer to the camera lens, which is your eyeballs, or it's on the underside where there's less light, right? So two things are at play. I love how you are explaining all of this in a way a layman can understand. You know, it doesn't need to be super complicated, right? These are these are concepts that we shouldn't overcomplicate, you know, we really shouldn't. So thank you for that. So Delta Spurg Force in the house, hello. You throwing shade at my brother? I am, brother. I am. So we pay attention to what the inker has done as far as rendering is concerned to tell us where our light sources are at. You'll see here, this has no crosshatches in it. As you can see, I've already highlighted that, right? And then we know the form. This is a quadriceps, right? There's inner quadriceps. There's kind of the middle quadriceps would be here. The way Felix's anatomy is slightly different, but this is the crest of a muscle. It's like this. It's curved. There's curves here, right? There's a bit of curve going back to his ass. So we've got these crests and valleys. There's a valley here, right? There's less light, but still there's some light, but you can see that the rendering is thicker in this valley. There's less of it here. That tells you that you're gonna need to add highlights there. So the key to finding your light source is paying attention to the rendering, paying attention to what the inker has done with their crosshatches and line weights. Those two things are the key to light. All right, so we're now going to look at Balvor's head, which is this lion creature is getting a fucking tooth knocked out of his mouth. All right, so based on the rendering on Felix, we know our light sources is coming from up above, right? And it's coming from an angle where these sides, the left sides of everything, has more rendering. So there's less light there. So that tells me that the light source is coming from about this angle. So in that respect, I'm going to need to make sure all of my highlights are on the right sides for the most part, right middle or right tops of all of the edges in here. And as you can see, I've done that in this part of the rendering. So we're using the rendering to determine the light source, and now we use our understanding of what the form is we're looking at in order to color it. The last part of it is determining what style you want to color in. And I just made a video today, I'm in the middle of editing it. Top 3 color rendering styles. You've got various hybrids or different bits and pieces pulled in from one to the other, but really the top 3 rendering styles are cell shading, right? Cell shading is primarily used for animation, and that's hard selections filled with solid colors. And the reason that is because in animation, you usually have a painted background that's, pretty wide, and then all of the characters are individual clear cells that they hand paint, right? And those hand painted cells, each one is a frame in the video. So they have to paint thousands of them. And then they layer them on top of each other on the scene, and they take a picture with a camera, and then they move it and they put another one down that's a little bit different, take another picture, then take it off and put another one on. And so cell shading, you can't really make gradients. So to give you an example, this is what I used in my video here. If we look at cell shading, as we can see here, and this is Naruto, they've got the clear cell flipped over, and they're painting the back side of it, right? Hail Triple A. What's up, brother? They're painting the back side of it, and then what they do is they flip it over, and they then photograph it, right? As you can see here in this Naruto, this is highly rendered in the background. this is a static image that the color cells are going to be laid on top of. Lay it on top, take a picture, take it off, put the next one, take a picture. Each one's slightly different, facial expressions, motion, and all that. So cell shading has to be solid flat colors butted up against each other in lighter or darker values. So if we look at another example, we got Goku here, right? His base skin tone is that. Where the light is coming from, obviously this side of his ear, that side of his face, underside of his eye, this side of his nose. This is what's known as Rembrandt's triangle right here in lighting setups. You'll Google that, learn what Rembrandt's triangle is. Usually when you light somebody's face from the 3/4 side, you'll get a triangle of light on the opposite side of the face where the light is able to strafe through and blocked by the nose and the bridge of the nose and the top of the brow. You get a little bit of light showing in there. Usually you have some light showing up underneath the lip, along the chin, you know what I'm saying? Left side of the brow, because you know the way Toriyama drew brows was like this. We're getting educated tonight. Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to pontificate. I'm just trying to, you know, set the stage here. So cell shading this is cell shading. Notice solid lines, flat colors, and no gradients for really not too many. Okay. All right. The next method that I talked about was painterly. Painterly sounds like it is. You have a brush with some texture. You're going to color pick on your page, and you're going to use a lot of strokes to build up your values, and you're going to see texture. The way that I color Xenotype is cut and grad method. So if I sample that right, that's not the color. Sample that right there. Get my lasso with anti-alias to make sure I'm on the proper layer. I'm going to look at my light source, and let's say I go to color this piece of hair right here. Well, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a selection right here in this piece of hair. I'm just going to make it rough and linear. All right. And since the transparency is locked, we can go out here and we know we're not going to make any pixels out there. All right, so now we're going to get a brush, and we're going to make sure we have a soft round. So our hardness is set to 0, right? So we don't want any hardness. We're going to set it to screen because we've got our base color. We're going to set it to screen because we're not going to do any color picking. We're just going to use our base color, and we're going to blend. Set it to about 40%. That's somewhere around 40% opacity, 40% flow. And then the key to this is to make sure that your brush is never as big as your selection. That's important. All right, so we're going to look at this. It's an arc, right? There's going to be more light hitting this part of the arc than that because this is on the kind of the backward slope of the head. So we will have some light there, but not a lot. So we're going to swipe a couple times just to lighten its value. Now we're going to deselect. Okay, now we're going to select smaller. We're going to select inside like that. Maybe we'll get another little piece like this. All right, and we're going to favor now. We're going to get in my lasso. There we go. We're going to favor this part of it because more light. We're going to say that more light's hitting that. All right. And now we're going to make highlight selection, which is going to be just this part. And we're going to stay on this side of the selection. Hey, what's up, Tank Ferret? How are you? Welcome to the stream. All right. Now we're going to deselect. We're going to back out. Now you can see what we've done is we've stacked up some gradients, starting big, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Collapsing on the form, telling where the light is hitting, right? Let's do that again. We'll do on this piece right here. That's leading into some dark spots. So we're gonna take some of this out. I'm just gonna slop off that part right there. All right, let's do the same thing. Now you can do you can do more selections than just one at a time. You can make selection, 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 and then just swipe across all of them if you like to be more efficient. You can definitely do that. I like to take it a little bit at a time. All right, add a little tiny highlight right like that. Okay. So that's how you would cut and grad. Now I'm gonna go, since some of these are on the back sides of the head, they don't need to be chiseled out like that. I'm just gonna go in and just brush in some highlights. I'm gonna focus in on certain parts where I'm gonna lighten the value in almost not a specular highlight, but just maintaining the crest of the form. All right, so we're gonna add a little bit right there, a little bit right there. Steering is shared. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Okay, so it looks like that's a tuft of hair coming out. We're gonna go and make a selection here. Like that. Give a little bit of little highlight there. We'll make it smaller. And that's it. I'll leave that alone. All right. Let's go ahead and the Dan Schneider cut. All right, we're gonna screen in just a couple of highlights. Also, I'm changing the size of my brush too, so I want to maintain got a bit of a rim light, not too much. A little bit. Doing well, getting some drawing finished, and snagging some pro tips from my main man Sparrow. Damn Dan Shot Cats everywhere. Damn fuck it is. You're right. You're right. Dude, chill. What is up, brother? What is up? All right. So we're looking at the screen tone. We're looking at the shapes. We're just illuminating the top edges of these curls. Just adding a little bit of brightness here. The screen brush. I want it to be loose and flowing. Loose and flowing. Okay. Now as we work our way back around towards where the light is coming in, remember it's coming from the top right, we're going to start adding in some more of those cuts. But for now, this side, we want these values to be relatively thick and dense, with less light coming in. Bump up the screen intensity just a hair. Probably gonna pass out soon. I have work in about 8 hours. Hell, dude, Chuck, get your rest, brother. Triple R, man of many voices. That's right. You know, I was thinking to myself the other day. I said to myself, how do I color so well? I think, it's because I think about it. I put my mind to it. And, when you put your mind to things, weird things happen. You know what I'm saying, brothers. You know what I'm saying. Try to focus your energies. Focus your chakras. I like that word, chakra. It sounds like it will electrocute your balls at the same time as make the hair on your neck stand up. You know what I'm saying? I like it a lot. Chakra. Okay. Hail, brother. Okay, so now we've lightened the values just sensual. It is sensual, not from Portugal, it's from España. Como vai? Triple R. Como vai? That's Portuguese for how are you? It actually means how goes. Okay, subtle values. Now, let us go and use ourselves a multiply brush. This is where the danger begins. The danger begins right now because you can put too much value too fast. Do not put too much value too fast. Just be judicious with your values. It's saturated. Saturation is not always good. Saturation can be your worst enemy. Make things look overdone, too much. Don't do that to yourself. No, brother. Don't do that to yourself. Be nice with your multiply brush. Just touch it. Just touch it. What do you want to say? Just touch it. Reach out and touch it. Slightly softly. Just touch it. Multiply. You know what I'm saying to you? Keep your wits about you. Don't lose your head. Stay vigilant. Yes. There we go. Just a little bit of saturation. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? You must not be fapping out there. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. What's this calm narrative over this over schizo music? What's up? It's called a juxtapose. You juxtapose two concepts together. Schizophrenic music with this soft, sultry voice. It creates a sensual explosion for your mind. It creates confusion. Wake you up out of your slumber. Get you to think about advanced concept. As you can see, we are just toning the left sides of these hairs. Juxtapose these knots. Hail, brother. We shall. In time we shall. Juxtapose these knots. Pose the jux on these nuts. I like it. That rolls off my tongue. You gotta accentuate the way you say tongue. The D. Tongue. Bring your chest. Tongue. It accentuates my mouth. The way my mouth moves. Tongue. Exactly right. We are just adding some value. Takes us some time. Hair is not easy. It is not easy. It is elusive. Lots of strokes. Stop it now. Don't encourage me. I get naughty when I talk about strokes. But is it to be expected? I think so. That's the type of stream this is. It's a sexy time stream where we color. Okay. You ready for a zoom? We shall zoom out and see our handiwork in its entirety. We are nowhere near reaching full tonality. But it's good to get a zoom out and get an idea of where you're at, where you're sitting. Because, let's do it. Okay. So, let us turn off the rendering layer. You will be surprised. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Rendering layer on. And off. And off. On. And off. Check our values. Check our light source. Did we do it right? Abel Salazar. It is sexy time coloring we're doing. Okay. We shall leave this for now. Let's do his back. Look at that. Look how much rendering that is. There's not much to do. There's a lot. There is lots of thick line work. But we can overcome this. Here's how. Ready? We're gonna switch to screen brush. Now, these are back muscles. Back muscle, back muscle. He's got muscles on muscles. As you can see, the light is still reaching him on the top edges, but not the undersides. Take note of that. Let us make a selection. Right here. Get our brush. Make it big. Swipe, swipe. Let it go. Another selection. Shift. Make it smaller. Sometimes you make it smaller. Little tiny. Not too tiny. It'll look like it was in the pool. You don't want that, brother. Okay, so now select like that. Boom, swipe, swipe. Little selection. Make your brush smaller. Swipe, 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 swipe. Now, one more selection. Specular highlight. We're gonna go all white. We're gonna go white. Boom. Highlight. Okay. This is only one step in the process. Are you ready for this? Here we go. Boom. Make the brush big. Swipe, 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 swipe. So you see the hard edge. You want hard edges sometimes. Brother, sometimes you need to take a firm stance and have a hard edge. Make this brush smaller. Smaller, I said. Listen to me, computer. Don't do that to me. Not right now. Not in this moment of glory. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Look at that. Now we move. Here. Specular highlight. Ready? Let's go. Almost all the way white. Specular highlight. Boom. Oh, we moved it. Back it up. Okay, we're fine. Okay, same thing. Boom, big selection. See all this cross-hatching? So much of it, but we've got some plans. Swipe, swipe. Look at that. Now, we're not going to put a specular highlight because the rendering tells us there's not that much light back here. But we will put one more highlight. And now, we'll move to here. Still accommodating the form. Boom. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Another selection. Big. Big. No specular. No. No specular. We're gonna leave these alone. Now the love happens. Ready for this? Are you ready for this? We go to our special effect layer. This is important. We're gonna pick from the background. Look at this. Look at these colors. We're going to pick this color. Hello, you're my friend now. Come with me. Come with me. You shall tell the story of your brethren, of your reflected light. Now, this is where the magic happens. We're going to set it to normal mode. We're going to bring our flow to 10%. Oh, look how strong that is. 10%. 10% opacity, 10% flow. Now, we're going to slowly build in. We need to be 5%. 10% is too much. I tell you, 10% is too much. We're going to go to 5. 5. Now, let's go right there. Thank Ferret is dying. Thank Ferret is dying. Do not die on me, thank Ferret. Stay vigilant. Stay strong. We are talking sexy color time. Sexy color time. There we go. Reflecting the light. Reflecting the light. Building up some value. Just a little bit. Yes. Look, we got some strokes showing up. We don't want strokes. We want to show, deform. We will smudge. We will smudge. Do not fear. We will smudge. We're painting on top of the inks. On top of the inks. Right now. Right now. Don't be scared. It's okay. We're among friends here. We're just reflecting a little bit of light into these dark shadows. Just tell the story of the reflected light. Be with me, brethren. Be with me. Okay. Alright, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. The texture is showing up that I'm not a big fan of, but we are going to fix it. So now, let's get our blur tool. Let's see how this reacts. A little bit of blurring. Don't see much happening here. Salazar. Is it? We're getting the blur we're looking for. You know what? We will move to smudge then. If blur is not being our friend, we will use smudge. Smudge is okay too. We are getting some movement. It's like he is Bob Ross of CG with this ASMR. Please do not add fuchsia to the mix. Hail Delta Spark Force. I make this commitment to you. No fuchsia. I don't want you damaging your screen with no jizz. This is a no jizz stream. No jizz stream. Okay. So we are smudging these values down so we don't have any texture. We don't want any texture. Yes, that's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Do you feel me? Do you feel me? Feel me? Widen this out a little bit. When you're reflecting light, it's delicate business. Because you need to respect the light source and the film at the same time. It's complicated. It's not you, it's me. Listen, back muscle. It's you, it's not you, it's me. Okay? We can still be friends. You know what I'm saying. Although it did not work out for us, we will always have the smudge tool. Okay. I don't know if you hear about this. Okay. So this is too strong. Too strong. On a serious note, I'm learning a ton. Thanks for talking us through this. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Alright, so as you can see, the value is a little too intense right here. So what we're going to do, and see, this is the trick. This is the trick. You hear me now. The reason we do our special effects layer on top of the inks, because we want it to color the ink, but also in screen mode, on black, is because we don't need to erase. We just need to use black. Watch this. We get black. And we paint with black. We paint with black. And painting with black erases. Let's go to... See that? Too much. Let's go 10%. Take some of this light down. And you can cut in grad as well over the inks. As you can see. basic, as simple as using black. The same as when you're using masks. That's more like what we can do. I want it to be subtle. Don't want it to take over. This reflected light is just a subtle thing to lighten this extremely shadowy area. Okay, good. Good. It's just subtle. It's not, this is not super strong stuff. Okay, let's go back to our rendering there. Now we're going to do this part with the arm. Is it part? Make a selection. It is indeed part. Indeed it is part. Okay, let's zoom in. Get the base color. Base. How low can you go? Alright. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at a shoulder plate. This is a piece of crab-like armor. Chitin. And it's green. Like an army tank. That chitinous armor sits on a furry underside. So there's space here. Space. The final frontier. So what do we do now? We're going to select like this. We're going to look at the form. We're going to say light is going to be widest here. We're going to cut closer to the form. And we're going to push away. Push away. We're going to continue on. We're going to go like this. Because light is being blocked. Blocked. Okay, so now we're going to get our brush. We're going to set it to multiply mode. Remember, multiply mode is scary time. Scary time. Be careful with your multiply brush. We're going to add value here. Cast shadow of light. Cast shadow. Now our hatching is thick and crossed. Crossed not being angry, but thick and crossed up. That means that there's less light there. Less light there. Less light there. Same here. Less light there. Less. Okay. Now, this is a curve. It's curved armor. Curved. So how do we deal with that? Well, all the light hits here, but we come out right here. Stay close. Shallow. And as the curve increases, we go farther away. We go farther. Because the way the arm plate is, it rounds towards the light source. It rounds towards the light source, so the light source can peek in there and makes that shadow shorter. Now let's get our multiply brush. Again, swipe. Swipe like your life depended on it. Swipe, I tell you. Look at that. Shadow. More fuchsia. Overly stimulated. Hello. Hail. Now, add some value here. Work your way back up. Perfect. Now, we're going to add some highlight. We're going to make a ovular selection. Not ovulated, but ovular. Switch to screen mode. Screen means lighter. Screen means lighter. Make our brush smaller than the selection. Swipe, swipe. Swipe, swipe. Make one more. One more, not two, but one. Right in the middle. This is our highlight. Boom. I've never seen so much determined and strategic coloring. Hail. Hail. Okay, so there we go. So now when we zoom out, we see the cast shadow from the armor. Darker value here. Light is being blocked. You can't get there. Some light peeks over the edge. Hello? I see. But the shadow is encroaching. But the light still shows. Now, we deal with this. We make a selection. Ovular selection. The Danshire watermark. Interesting thought. Now, with our screen brush, we made our selection. Light is peeking over the edge. Swipe, 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 swipe. Now, one more selection. Right here. Listen to me now. Make it white. Lighten it. Boom. Right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to back up off it. Back up off it. Want to see my tattoos? My tattoo. My tattoo. Okay, so now lighten. Boom, one stroke. Pull the value back. There we go. We shall leave the skin alone for now. Let us change gears. Let's change gears. We have rocks. And rocks. Look at these rocks. These rocks have rendering on them. They have planes and shapes. Let's get them. Come here, you first. Boom. Copy you to the layer. Boom. We're going to get a special brush called the oil round. Oil round. Look at that. Oil round. We're going to switch from screen mode to linear dodge add. Linear dodge add is a magical mode where things get bright very quickly. So now, back it up. Let's sample our color. We have our base color. Now we're going to make a selection on top. Boom, like that. Mundane Matt. Mundane Matt loves rocks. Why does it sound like a nightclub in here? I don't know. Is the music too loud? All right, so now we need to switch. We need to lower our opacity and our flow. Low flow. Low flow. I'm gonna go down to 20% and 20%. And now watch this. This is magic. Swipe. Look at that. Now let's make a smaller brush. We're gonna go up to 30. 30 and 30. And watch. Swipe. 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 Look at that. Texture. Boom. Your voice is so soothing. ASMR color. Schism. Hello. Now let's give this some texture. Boom, boom, boom. It gives it character. Let's do the same. Here, we're gonna select the top. If you haven't liked the stream, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, let me ask you something. Why not? Hell, brother. Okay, here we go. Boom. Oh. Problem. Hold on. Let me just select this rock. Here, you. Come with me if you want to live. Boom. Your turn to get rendered. Select. Boom. Boom. Selecting the top edge. Now. Liked, shared, and subbed. Tank Ferret. I love your face. You love your face. Let me tell you. Boom. 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 Look at that. We stack it up. We're going to reflect some light into the back. Boom. We're going to give this a little rim light to define it as a different place. A different place. Boom. Leave this open. Boom. We zoom out periodically just to see what is happening. Back up view. There we go. Smaller brush. Boom, boom, bap. Boom, boom, bap. That's making the beat. This is what I'm talking about when I say people should have fun making comics.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Hell yes. Hell yes. You know what I'm talking about. I love this shit right here. And for those of you who are wondering, how the fuck is this guy got music on his stream? It's because I'm running something called Pretzel Rocks. It's free music. I gotta run, but I'll be back for the future shows. Tank Ferret, appreciate you. You've been great. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the sub and the share and the like. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Simple texture. Nothing too complicated. Ah, you sneaky bastard. This rock is trying to hide from me. No, you cannot. You cannot hide from me. You can try, but you cannot. Look at you. Look at you unrendered. Sitting at the bottom, trying to hide. Horrible. Horrible. But what we're going to do, no rock can hide. Overly stimulated, you are correct. None shall hide. Now, let's determine something really quick. We could get cheeky with the lighting if we want to. We can. We're going to say this faces this way. So, how do we do that? Boom. 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 Now, this one. We shall select this one. Right here, in this crack, right there. Now, boom, boom, boom. Like that. And select this crack, right here. Boom, boom. Highlights, highlight. Boom, highlight. You, come with me. You are my edge. You are my sword. You are my light. You should be lit up because you are facing the light. The rest of you can get fucked. You cannot. No light for you. 2 years. Okay, fine. You can have some. But just a tip. Ready for this. Boom. That's it. That's all you get. Your values have been established. This one. You're too tiny. I'm not even going to select you. I am just going to separate you out like that. Boom. Highlight your edges. Like that. Maybe a swipe. And you are done. Same with you. Hello, how are you? You shall get this side of you lit. Boom, bop. That is enough. These are small details. Small details. Small. So small. Okay. Hello, Tooth of Balvor. How are you, Tooth of Balvor? I see you there. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. I see you, baby. Small details make for a complete picture. Agree. Let's merge our layers together. Let's make sure our transparency is still locked. Select the tooth. Select the tooth. Okay, they are on separate layers. Now, we shall sample the colors. Boom. That is the correct edge. Okay, linear dodge. We'll go to 10. Boom, boom. I'm not a fan of that. We're not going to use linear dodge. We're going to use screen. And we are going to use a soft round. Because that's what you should do. Select this edge that faces the light. Get our brush. Swipe. Let's go to swipe. Right there in the middle. Brush. Smaller. Swipe. Highlight. Boom. Subtlety. Let's get our switch to our multiply brush. Don't do too much. Just take enough. Give it a little bit of shape. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and add the shadow early. Just a little bit. Now we switch to screen. there's already rendering here, so we shall respect that rendering. We're going to leave it like that. Now, that is good. Merge together, retransparencify. Yes, that's a word. Transparencify. All right, now we have the mouth and the tongue. Tongue. Separate layer. Select. All right, now think about this for a second. I see light here. The screen tone is thinning. I see light there. Okay. So let us get. We're going to use a multiply brush. We are going to select here. Like that. We're going to select that. We shall select that seems about right to me. Okay, so now we don't want to just use the same color here, because here's why. This is what will happen. Right? Which is okay, but it's getting too saturated. What we want to do is we want to go down in value. That way we get contrast, but not for saturation. We're going to leave this, but we're going to go ahead and add to this selection. We're adding to the selection. We're leaving the part we toned selected. Adding to the selection. Some of that. Some of this. Now, we're going to make a big brush. We're going to go over it again. It's too much. Let's go 30%. Yes. Good. Let's give a little bit of extra tone down here. That's not part of the selection. Backside here, a bit on the tip. Okay, now we make selection, selection, selection. Now, we switch our brush to screen mode. Swipe. Swipe. Now, right here. And right there. We add our specular highlight. It is wet. It is a tongue. It is wet. Like that. I give you the tongue. The tongue. Cut and graded. Thank you. We're going to leave the spittle alone for now. We shall leave this alone. Yes. tongue's whipping around. Whip. As he's getting a tooth knocked out. Esper's getting in a shot. Getting his. And he says, fuck your couch. I agree. Indeed, fuck your couch, Balfour. You bastard. You bastard. Alright, now. Let us sample. Ooh, first. Let us merge these together. Together. Merged. Selection. Separate layer. I just hit the help key for Adobe. Did not mean to do that to you, Adobe. You can be quiet now. You can be quiet now. Alright. It looks like the teeth are part of this selection. Am I right? I am right. We don't want that. We're going to delete the teeth from this. It is a subtle, shit-eating grin, is it not? Esper is quite proud of himself right now. He says, haha, Balfour, I have knocked out one of your teeth. Sad motherfucker. Whoa, such harsh words. I don't know if I would speak that way if I were you, Felix, because I know what happens to you in a couple pages from now. That's all I'm going to say. And it isn't pretty. It's quite disturbing. Quite disturbing. Okay, so we're going to set the multiply. We're going to think about the shape. Boom. Let's make some selections. Make a round selection there. Gonna come back around. A round selection there. And go out here because it does not matter. Boom. Get our brush. Let's increase value. Now, we're going to get this. We're going to go back to linear dodge, and we're going to go to 10%. Oop. Extreme. Alright. Same here. Okay, let's delete the mouth, the teeth, the teeth. Delete it. And determine if that is, I think that's lip. We're gonna go with lip on that. Delete. Okay. Now, let's grab some selections. Good day, Nella. Good day. Okay. We're just gonna grab the shadow areas. It doesn't matter because I remember our transparency is locked. Let's get a soft round. Soft round. Big brush. Multiply mode. And 40%. Hail the chateau areas. Okay. No, we did not grab the place under the lip. All right, so we have basic shadows. Now, let's go down in value. Boom, like that. We're going to grow our selection. We're going to vary our line. We don't want it to be exact tracing. Add to the selection. Boom. Come back around. Complete it. We're going to add a little tiny bit here. A tiny bit here. That. Now, also, we want to add some of the lip here. Now, let's get our oil round. Let us get our linear dodge. Get our base color back. Yeah. So let's go to 10. No, we're gonna go to 20%. 20% is too much. The music has inspired my latest dance shower. Still too much. There we go. I am memeing as well. Haven't subbed yet. Done. Nella, thank you very much.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Appreciate you. Just saying. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, shit. Okay. I won't share that on stream. You'll have to go to Twitter. I had to show my wife that what the dance shark cat was. That's so great, isn't it? Isn't it great when a meme has to be shown to your significant other? It is a great thing. I'm just saying to you. Hello, Esper. Oh, you have no glowing eyes. We will fix that. Believe me, brothers, we will fix that. Let's get this face going here. Boom. Boom. This one, since it is much small, S-M-O-L, small, we're just going to freeball it like we weren't wearing any underwear. Hell. Boom. The dance shark cat is the way. Indeed. Indeed, my multi-voiced brother. Boom. Adding tone. And now, the man toneth, and the man taketh away. Boom. 50% is too much. 20. Boom. There we go. That is magical. Magical. Now let us do his eyes. Felix, your eyes. Your eyes must be blue. Glowing blue, not blue, but glowing blue. Set to normal mode. We're on top of the inks. We're on the blue glow layer. Ha! Let's go 50%. That might be too hot. Boom. Wait. Oh. Silly me. We're painting with black. We need to paint with white. Ha! The Danshire cat's eyes glow blue in the night as it stalks its prey. What is its prey? It is a kumquat-stealing field mouse. A mere morsel of a man. Small morsel. Field mouse of a man. Stealing all the kumquats. The Danshire cat attacks with swiftness and a true strike at the heart of the kumquat-stealing field mouse man. He is struck down and dead, and the noble creature, the Danshire cat, brings back his quarry to his master, and he says, I present to you the dead kumquat-stealing field mouse, a morsel of a man. Hail to you. I applaud thee. I applaud thee. I would add some strong light on the blue areas. Well, the blue areas, see, I'm going a little hot. Right like that. Kind of looks, maybe it's Maybelline. Kind of silly, but here's what we're going to do, brothers. We're going to switch to black. And now, we're going to trim. Liam Gray. My friend Liam Gray. Danshire cat is the ultimate summon materia. There we go. We're going to trim. Trim. Amazingly autistic tale of the Danshire brethren. That's right. That's right. That's right. Now we trim. We trim back the shape of Esper's eye. The glow in the night, like that of the blue glow of the Danshire cat, as he stalks his man-led prey, field mouse, kumquat-stealing thief. He sees it. He strikes. And strikes the thief dead. No more kumquats will be stolen today, or ever. We back away. We back away. When we get to scale, it is an accent. It is an accent. It is an accent. It is no accident. Okay. So, now, what is left? Well, we are going to peak some ground cover. Here's what we shall do. Here's what we shall do. We're going to select these backgrounds like this. And we're going to separate them. And now we're going to get green. And we are going to texture in just some green. Like this. Too much. So it's 100. Let's go to 70. I'm making it look like dripping water because the water is refracting it in my eyes. Oops. Now, let us do this side. Okay. Now, we shall add some earthy tones. Some browns. Let's see, what do we get? Not bad. Go in the turning purple whenever you roll past me, but that's okay. He's gesturing the background. I'm just adding just a hint of dirt. Just a hint. To the ground cover. Okay. I might put some more reflected light on the tail, some on the armor. But I'm going to change pages now. Save. Save. And now we're going to open another page. Another page. Let's see. Not bad. Not bad. Got a lot of blood work to do on that page. Might be a good idea to do that page. I will go back to screen in 1 second. No, this is the page I shall work on. Yes, save. Okay. Okay, goodbye to page 123. We shall see you later. There is an explosion. Psionic energy is going everywhere. The rubble is moving. The rocks are flying. The energy is going. Apparently EBS was talking about me on stream. I need to catch up on that. While I build my new schedule, I need to talk to you later too. Keep kicking ass. Keep kicking pass with the work. Keep kicking ass. I will take kicking ass. Hail Liam. Hail Felix. Ass not pass. Pass the ass. Get past the ass. Past that ass. Puff, puff, pass. Okay. Okay, so let's look at our rendering layer here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So we've added the same sort of idea. Cuts and grads to the back muscles and the abs. Balvor has abs on top of his abs, as you can see. Quite impressive. I have an ab. He has abs. We can't all be an idealized creature like Balvor. We cannot. But we can try. Okay. This part of that selection. Just that. Okay. I think I want to work on more Balvor. Okay. So we're going to select all of you. I believe that's all of him. I think so. Get him on another layer. Okay. Now this is going to be heavy rendered cuts and grads. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to do some breakdowns. Are you ready, fam? We're going to do breakdowns. Breakdown. Okay, so let's break it down. Let's get our pencil. I'll break character for a second. I almost drank Rockstar or Monster right now. It's fucking midnight. What a maniac. Just drink water. My invisible. It's like Wonder Woman's invisible ship, her invisible jet. Holy shit. Sometimes cool water is good for the soul. Which is true. Okay. Breakdown time. Let's get a breakdown layer. We can put it on the top. Get a pencil. Get the fuchsia of death. Fuchsia de la muerte. Alright. Now, what is happening in the scene? We are outside. It is raining. There is light reflecting literally fucking everywhere. But there is still some definite light sources. I'm burping like crazy. And hiccuping. This is not good. Okay, so what is happening here? Light. Psionic blue light. Reflecting. Boom. Going everywhere. Very next frame. He's sliding backward from this explosion. Boom! He's sliding. Well, there's light here on his front. Light. Light. Coming from Esper and his explosion. So, we're going to take that into consideration. But there's also light coming from the sky and light bouncing up. So, we're going to assume we've got light sources that are lighting the top sides based on the rendering. We know, and the shape here, these are round, they're abs. They have some roundness to them. So these, where the rendering is low, will get light, direct light from the primary light source. We are going to reflect blue light into the front edges of the majority of the shapes coming from some on the knee, some here. We're going to reflect some light from the ground coming up. We're going to reflect some light here. We're going to bounce some light up here. We're going to light these areas here. The front of the face, light, light, light. He's snarling, so there's pieces. There's some shapes to consider. Light from the top. Light from the front. And light. Maybe some reflected light there. We're taking into consideration our light source, our form, our shape. We're giving it some light. It's receiving light from various places. So we're considering, where is our light coming from? Remember, the sky reflected on the ground from Felix or from Esper as he spurgs out and explodes. Okay, that is our breakdown. Let us go. Okay, I think this is our layer. Yep, that is our layer. Alright, so we're not going to add value. We're going to, or darken the value or add saturation. We're going to lighten the value. So let's get in there and get the base color. All right. We can start with this hand. What do we see with this hand? Well, I see a bit of top edge here, sides, underside of the finger. So there's a bit of the underside of the finger, side, right? There's a plane here. There's a plane right here, the top there, plane there. So think in terms of geometric planes. Right? That's the top of the hand. We've got a plane here, maybe a vertical edge. So I see this, if I'm mapping this out in my mind, what do I see? How do I see the form? So I can tell how the light should react to each one of these planes based on where it's coming from. All right. So we are going to select here. Okay. I'm going to get there and hope we will meet there. So we're making a bunch of selections this time. I think this needs to be bigger. We're going to make a sub-selection out of that. Yeah, let's make some of these just a little bit bigger. Notice how I'm omitting some of the, I'm not really overlapping them, because I'm seeing wrinkles in the skin. Like, if you bend up your finger, see there's meat, there's recessed places where the meat of the fingers kind of curl inward. Okay, let's get our soft round brush. And what are we at, 70%? Let's see what that does. Screen mode. 70 is too strong. I'm kind of favoring top edge here. Okay, let's go ahead and make a smaller selection. I just need for you to see all the potential. Yeah, it's killing me, thrilling me. Oh, there's not enough hours in the day. And add a little tiny highlight right here. Okay. Now, these muscle striations, we're going to build up our value, our highlights, the top side of them. And we're going to just swipe in a couple more strokes there. So as you zoom back out, you can see the muscle striations, right? The striations, like the splits in the pectoral major and minor, or major and minor, and the right in the rib cage, you'll have these muscles that pop out, and they kind of work their way in bands this way. So what we've done is we've kind of highlighted the top edges of some of those, because the light, we're saying our light source coming from the top, lighting those arcs. Because these are arcs, they're curves. The shape is round. It's round, it's got an arc to it, right? So we're gonna do the same thing for these muscles. I'm talking about muscles. These abdominal phenomenals. I have the loudest fucking cricket in my studio. He's just getting it. He's singing to all the ladies. He's telling everyone the story of his people. I don't know if my mic is picking it up or not, but it is loud. He's such a bastard too. Because you don't like my song? All the ladies do. Chirp. Chirp. Go ahead. Try to come and find me. I will just stop. And then we'll go sit back down. And then I will start again. So, who will win this fight? Definitely not you. You will waste your time, and I will keep chirping. Fucking cricket. Alright. Boom. Yes. Yes. Now, move up towards the top. Push to mute. I love it. Mute button. It is the saver of ears. I just wish some people, when they come into Discord and they're going to cough or sneeze or whatever, they take a second and mute their fucking mic. I can tell you how many times people have coughed and blew my ears apart. Alright. Let's get a little speculum. Not a speculum. That is what the gynecologist puts in the vagina to look into it. Specular. And now, a little more highlight. Just a touch. I think we're gonna add a little tiny bit right there. Okay. Let's take a look at our rendering layer. The toggle. Make sure the values are right. Make sure the lights are consistent. Okay, let's add a little tiny bit of saturation in some places. %, probably too much. Just adding a little bit of, tiny bit of contrast in the foreshadows areas. A little bit of saturation just to sweeten it up a little bit. Okay, now let's do this. Holy Danshires, I just saw Triple R's meme. Right?
To the house beat. To the house beat. To the house beat.
Not exactly happy with that selection.
To the house beat. To the house beat.
Fucking Windows key, dude. I would literally disable the key. Oh, you know what? There we go. Ha! Fuck you, Windows key. I hate the key. I hate it. There.
Blast them. Blast them. Blast them. Blast them.
Whoa.
Send help. They're all dead.
These are like muscular tendons in the hand.
I've been watching you. Just come to me.
I'm gonna move it down a little bit. All right. Delta Spurg Force. Exactly. Gotcha Cat is the only reason your wardrobe is safe from Scotsman. Aye. From the Spurgs. Aye. Aye. Okay, let us toggle our rendering. Let us take a look. Boom. 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 I like it. I like it. Now, do we have a special effect layer? We do not. So, up here, we're going to add a new layer. We are going to fill it black. We'll turn out the lights. Set it to screen mode. Oof. Call it reflect light. Reflected light. Yes. And now, with the epic sample. That is cool. Should we use a texture? Don't know if a texture will be good for us or not. Now what this is the water on the ground, reflecting the light back up into the muscles. Hail these bergs of war campaign. So what that is the light bouncing off the ground back up into the muscles, giving it a glow, an underlight, a reflection. Use sparingly, do not overdo it. Yes. Yes, my brother, and it is done. So now it looks like it's wet. It's wet. These abs are wet. I wonder why they're wet. Because of the sound of my voice, that's why. So wet. Not so wet. So wet. The underside of the fingers hitting the reflected light. Look at that hand. It is reflected. some of that reflection off the top side. Just a rundown. Oh, Liam is streaming. Title is awfully clickbaity. Hale Brothers recon afoot. Just a rundown of the stream from earlier today. Nothing big. Ah. Okay. Well, it is 1 a.m. my time. I could probably go over to his stream and see what he's doing. Let's take a look. Let us stream snipe Liam Gray. My good friend Liam Gray. We shall stream snipe him and see. He is the founder and owner of Conquest Comics. Ah, look at him.
I'm not looking to capitalize on what John did. I really just want to make sure there is an outlet for creators. So if you're a Comicsgate creator, you're True Blue, come through,
Hey, Liam.
present your project to me, you know, and I'll bring you on and I'll run the questions through for you. Adam Post told me a while ago that he thought I was good at this. So, you know, asking questions about his
I
campaign.
am
And
stream sniping you.
Optimus Deadpool, he said the same thing. I ask good questions. So hopefully I'll be able to do as well as what John did, and you guys all have content you'll enjoy, and you'll be able to explore new products and properties you may enjoy, and together we can grow Comicsgate. I just explained that, Jason. It's purely because I just want to just keep it just a standard thing. I would even suggest other people also just call it Comicsgate Presents. I don't care. People can see if it's someone else's show or not simply by looking at whose channel it's on, you know? Maybe I'm sounding a bit too much like Commie Mark here. I don't know. Am I being a communist by taking people's titles? I don't know. We'll find out. But I just don't think that there should be an absence of this. I think it's important. Okay, make comics not drama. That's what I'm trying to do. And the purpose of my show is very much to quell the drama that's going on. A lot of people are homebodies right now. A lot of artists are high gosh, how do I not put a foot in my mouth?
How about Comicsgate
High
today?
energy, you know. So it's important that we work these things out. Is there a difference between a half gay sex bot and a bisexual sex bot? Well, I would imagine so. You know, I mean, you've seen those circus freak people that are like half lady, half man, half woman, you know? That's what I'm thinking, right? Okay, Wriggle, you want to get me in trouble, Wriggle. I thought you were my buddy. You want to have any Comicsgate in here? Like, you know how I get. I'm a firebrand. I can't be an impartial judge for people whose idea of a good time is sitting at Twitter for 12 hours a day telling people to kill themselves and scheming and scamming. That's the antithesis of who I am and what I believe in, and that's why I want to do this show. Okay, that's why I want to give people a voice, and I think that any attention we give them is a waste of time. Okay, guys, we got to stop talking about the sex bots. I'm gonna wrap this up real soon. I don't want to miss anyone's questions. Some people thrive in an environment. Oh, I mean, here we go. He's always got something smart to say. So, some people thrive in that environment, but with thin skin or deeply held grudges have a tendency to flip their shit when they feel they're being pressed too hard. Yeah, that's true too. Like, John's a fighter. John's one of those guys. He's a manly man, so he can shout down 6 guys in a room. But you know, that's great and all for real life when you're at a bar, but when you're on the mic, it's like, no, guy, like we need everyone to be able to hear each other. It can't just be like angry bar noises, you know what I mean? So nearly done. It's YouTube link. I think we're done. No, there's a bit more. Vicky versus sketch. No, again, I just don't think I'll be bringing on anti-comic skate. I don't think so, barring an exception. If something like Ethan or one of the big guys want to get on and you guys really, really want it, maybe, but I just don't think it's productive. I don't think it can end well. I don't know if I can get Micro on. Would you guys be able to tell the difference between the two of us? You might get confused. No, in all seriousness, Micah hit me up early today. I'm going to, well, assuming schedule permits, I'm going to be getting on a show with him in the next couple of days or next week or something for his late night show, and we'll have a talk about the creative process. A lot of people are saying as well, you know,
Watching you
comics,
color
not
in the sexy
controversy.
voice gives me
I agree,
100% less
100%.
aneurysms.
That's kind of the reason that instead of backing away from this, I'm actually leaning into it. Because if I don't do it, someone else is going to do it, and they're not going to be fair. They're just going to turn it into blood sports, and it's going to hurt Comicsgate. So I want to make sure that we have all of the high energy of blood sports. We have all of the entertainment of blood sports, but it doesn't just turn into people milling for drama. I'm not interested in fighting for the sake of fighting. If you're going to fight to win. That's the way that we play it over here at Conquest. And so...
Dude, Sketch just needs to chill the fuck out, dude. What is wrong with that guy?
And we're done, I think.
Oh,
Pam
he's
Boy
done.
says, woof. Hey, Pam Boy. Hail, brother. Hope you're doing well. And that's really everyone at the end of the stream. Let's hear Scotsman. Speaking of Scotsman should be coloring Xenotype right now over on his channel, Spartan Scotsman. You should be able to find the link on my Twitter. If I was more tech savvy or had a guy here, I would get your link out there. Hey, Yellow Flash, we're just wrapping up. This was only meant to be a short stream.
Watching Liam last 2 days. Wow,
I just
geez,
wanted
at
to say
least
again,
you got
thank
some
you to everyone
subscribers
for coming along.
and sold
That
some
is
books.
the format we're going to be using going forward. It's my hope that you guys continue to enjoy the show, and thank you for coming out. You're stream sniping me, you son of a bitch. No, it's good. Guys, go over there and check out what he's doing. Conquest Comics is all about producing high quality content with consequence for you guys. I'm a stream teaser. Again, okay, midnight tonight, guys. That's in about 6 hours. Will be the real stream. I'm going to get back to my scheduling, and we're going to start looking for the topic that we're going to be covering tonight. If you guys have any sort of grievance or issue or anything you'd like to air or talk about with anyone, please let me know, and maybe you'll be the guy that we line up for tonight. Let's see what happens. Thank you. Again, Joseph King says, peace be upon you. I'll make your mod one day, Spartan. I've just got to figure it out. Okay. Hail Comicsgate. Hail brothers. Thanks for showing. And of course, my outro. By Xenotype, my name's Liam Gray, and like a number 2 pencil, I've always got a point.
All right. We shall get back to coloring. We shall get back to coloring. Okay. Should I should I use normal voice or should I use sexy voice? What do you want? What do the fans want? Normal or sexy? Do you want me to talk like this? Or do you want me to talk like this? Normal or sexy? What do you want? What does the chat want? I give the chat what they want within reason. Not trying to get TOS. Felix is like, you're kind of making fun of my accent, so normal's fine. I don't know if I don't know if you speak with an accent, Felix. I'm confidented. Fuck yes. 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 Okay. I'll just say, chat. I'll just say this. You know what? We don't need nobody to succeed. We need each other. We need each other. We don't need nobody else. We lift each other up. You reach into my pants and grab my underwear and lift me up. It might be uncomfortable, but I will appreciate the boost. And I will pick the underwear from my ass. It will be fine. Hail, sir. Liam just sent me over. I need them streams to keep me going through work. Ben L, I am here for you. I am here for you, Ben L. Okay, so what shall we do with the Balvor? We're going to break down his face right now. Okay, let us get an ugly purple color and a pencil. Let us define the shapes. We know the light source is coming from Felix bursting with psionic energy. Light from the sky. Reflected light from the ground. We covered this already. So, how does one become a colorist? Well, to become a colorist, you need to get yourself a program you can color in, right? You need to start watching videos about light, shadow, about rendering styles, about technique, about basic stuff, advanced stuff, build as you go. And then look online for line arts. Just Google, Superman line art. Boom, you'll get a line drawing. Download that, save it as a TIFF, save it as a PSD, whatever. Res it up, and then start to break it down. Learn how to flat. Learn how to do special effects. Learn how to, properly make selections. How to use and set up various brushes. All of that is online. I have techniques on my channel in my video list that I'm putting together to help colorists learn, to help people lift people up. So check out my videos. I've got dozens and dozens of multi-hour streams where I color these pages and talk about techniques. So if you want to go to a targeted set list, currently have 3 videos up on how to learn to color. Those are in a playlist on my channel, and as well as streams of me coloring Xenotype. So it's out there. There's info. Okay, so let's figure out, what are we looking at? We're looking at his head, right? Well, his head is broken into various planes, like we talked about earlier. We've got a plane here, the front of his face. We've got the top of his nose. We've got another plane here. I can flat, could use more special effects. There you go. We'll do thank first night on your channel. Okay, wiggle wiggle. Hail, wiggle wiggle. Okay, so we've got a flat plane here, and then another angled plane kind of like that. We've got a vertical plane for where the eyes sit vertically, right? The brow kind of comes over, so you got a front edge of the brow possibly. So we're breaking these into geometric shapes so we can figure out where the light goes. Now Balvor has an interesting thing. He's got splits in his cheek, right? Splits where his smile goes. So this is actually skin with openings, slits here. So we know that there's a side plane here in these slits, right? We've got another plane right here that's facing forward from the hair. We've got another plane kind of like that. Not really, kind of like that. A front plane, another plane. So we kind of get the idea here. The front edge of the mouth, another plane. We've got top of the lip, the front of the chin, side of the chin. So we look at these shapes, we kind of get an idea of where light is going to be most intense, right? So light is probably going to be brightest here, where the roundness of the head stops, right? If we got overhead light, we're going to get bright light here. It's going to be less so right there. We might get a little bit of a rim light right here, defining the brow. We're probably going to get some light right here where the curl of the cheekbone curls in, right where the eye socket starts, that's facing upward. We've got some various furrows in his snout, I guess you could say, in his muzzle. So we're gonna have a highlight. We're gonna have highlights, various places where the curl of the snarl reaches back. He's got lines here where he would have whiskers if he was a regular lion. The top edges of those face up, so there will be illuminated with light as well. Highlight at the top here, highlight at the top there, right? So we kind of get an idea, maybe highlight there. The top edges, furthest away from the camera, those are gonna get the most light. Then we're gonna reflect some blue light, like we've done here. We've reflected some light, both from the ground and from this explosion, this psionic explosion here. He's being pushed back by this energy. So, so let's go ahead and do that breakdown. So we're gonna turn that off. Now, first up, we're gonna go to, I think we already have this separated out. Yep, we do. All right, that's that layer there. We're gonna get a brush. We'll get our soft round, like that, soft round brush. We're going to, let's see, we'll make it probably about that big. And it's probably gonna be bigger than that. All right. So we'll start with the nose. That's relatively easy here. So we can see the rendering here. We've got snarl, like a little fold in the nose. Got another little bit. These are screen tone, but I can see little bits of wrinkles and stuff. So let's just make some selections. We'll take it a bit by bit. So first, we're gonna sample our base color here. We're gonna set our brush to screen mode, right? Screen mode, that means it's going to lighten upward, right? Glorious Man, Cat, Dan Shire-esque. Hell yeah. Okay. So now we're going to select a shape that looks like this and a shape that looks like that, right? And now let's go ahead and 10% is too low. Let's go 40% flow, 40% opacity. Do that. Now we're going to make another selection here. Quite so, Delta. Excellent observation. That's right. Another selection there. We're just getting some top edges of some what would be some wrinkles here. All right. Okay. Now we can even go a little further. Get a little tiny rim lights here. It's an Indian man cat. It's actually a balvor. Some people have called it a manticore, like type of creature. It's similar, but it's not exactly that. He's not exactly that. All right. All right, so now we got some highlights there. Okay, so now we're looking at the brow here. We're gonna go ahead and make a selection right like that. And one here, one there. Okay, we're gonna make a selection right here. So glad I backed Xenotype. This looks so good. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you did. I think you'll be pleased. It's a badass looking book, man. Been a lot of fun to color. Okay, we're just making some sequential selections and screening in some highlights. Perfect. Kind of breaking down the form here, trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Okay, I'm gonna remove a little highlight right here. Control F. Control F in chat. Oop. There. Okay. Okay, so now we got some crisscrossing, not really crisscrossing, but kind of raised cuts in the skin. So we're going to accentuate and highlight kind of the right sides of each one. All right. Little highlight right here by the nose that I missed. Okay, let's toggle our rendering off and on. Take a look. That's our flats. Okay. All right. You know what we need to do? We need to do this. What's up, Mohammed? How are you? Welcome. Not quite what I wanted. Okay, so let's light up the ear here. What is the resolution and DPI of the document you are working on? Well, Samir, I do have a video on that in my playlist for coloring comics. It is called The Setup, but it basically goes over how to set up a comic book page before you begin coloring. This is 11 inches wide by just under 17 at 400 DPI. I usually color at 400. 300 is print resolution. 400 gives you a little bit of space. You're going to be shrinking down to, you know, just around 8 inches tall for comic book size. Tankobon size is a little smaller than that. So were you always a digital colorist, or were you originally traditional? And if so, and why did you move to digital? I've been a traditional artist for my entire life. I draw, I paint, I sketch, I ink on Bristol board. My first entry to comics was in inking. I wanted to be a penciler, but the group of guys that I wanted to form a studio with, we needed an inker. So there was a guy who was a way better penciler than me, so I said, all right, I'll take the L, learn to ink, and ended up apprenticing under a couple of big pros, and learned the trade of actual physical ink through them, and apprenticed under Marlo Alquiza for a while. He basically taught me everything I know about inking, and he's, you know, kind of in my pantheon of amazing pro inkers. You know, he's the style I try to emulate the most. But you know, I worked. I was the background inker for a guy by the name of Sean Parsons, who was actually one of Sean worked for Art T. Bear at Hack Shack. I met Art T. Bear back in I guess it was the late 90s, at Hack Shack Studios. I went with Sean to there and I think I don't know if he was picking up a check. I forget what it was he was doing there. He just had to stop in, and Art was there. And I didn't really speak to him much, just said hello. But so my comic book connections go way back into the 90s. When I was just a young man. Now I'm an old man. And to answer the other question, why did I move to digital? Digital's the way of the future, man. Everything's digital. I mean, you know, I love traditional art, but I can just iterate and move so much faster digitally than I can traditionally. In concept, right? I can ink faster traditionally than digitally, but I can be like way more, I guess you could say way looser with my line work, because if I make a mistake, I'm not whiting anything out. I'm just tapping my screen twice with 2 fingers to undo. So inking in Procreate is the shit for me. I love it. So right now we're just gonna select the top edges of this hair here. And if you're out there lurking and watching the stream, if you would, I'd appreciate it if hit that like button, subscribe if you like coloring. Let's see. Let me do something really fast. There we go. Triple R. Your vigilance and your dedication and your constant brotherhood with me. I have given you a wrench. Hail Triple R. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's easier to watch too, I find, when the artist going digital, stream quality is enhanced, in my opinion. True. Because, you're looking at a capture. You're not looking at a camera pointing at a desk. You know what I mean? So I get you. This is capturing an application window and not a strangely lit, top of my head as I look down. When I do this, I look up every now and then to chat. I look down. You know what I mean? Catshire. Hell yes. I was given a wrench for my strong Christian brotherly beliefs. I understand. Hail Triple R. Keeper of the voices. I've got a couple of characters that I do too. Those are mine though. Got a character that I made called Colonel Slanders. He's kind of a cross between if you've ever seen the animated version of the Jungle Book from like the 60s, the elephant Colonel Hati, him, and like Foghorn Leghorn. So he's got like a British lilt to his voice, but he's Southern. So every now and then he breaks really hard British, and every now and then he goes back Southern. I'll use your power to time people out. Quite right. Yes, absolutely, sir. You please use your wrench judiciously to keep the non-friendly spurgs at bay, if you would, sir. I appreciate you. It'd be most appreciated. But not the Delta Spurg. The Delta Spurg is our friend. He is our friend and brother. And he is a worthy Spurg, as they say. Worthy of great things. And our respect and adoration as he combs the internet for the doxing of one's attire. He looks deep into the abyss of the search engine in the Google image archive for what people are wearing, so he can dox it. Fair enough. I respect it. It's true. A true skill. Only afforded to that of a true Spurg. One who has such dedication in which to partake in such an endeavor as to determine the very attire being worn by anyone his eyes fall upon. Hail Delta Spurg. May your Googling fingers ring true and find your quarry. I'll make sure these lands are kept pure. That 7th century Jerusalem. Hail, Scotsman. You honor me, brother. Well, you honor me, Triple R. Hail. We are adding tone to these furls of hair. His mane moves in the wind. Psionic energy blowing across, pushing him backward. His hair cast aside, moving, flailing. His stunned face. He's shocked. He cannot believe such power, such strength from one so small as Esper. He regains his composure. He will deal with this threat. Somehow, he will call upon the strength of everything he is to deal with this foe. Because he is Valvor, and he is not to be fucked with. Gotta throw an F-bomb every now and then. That's what makes it, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's gratuitous. Other times, it's warranted. You need to accentuate the moment with extreme profanity. But you turn it off when not needed, when it is unnecessary. Okay. Yes. We look at the face of the Balvor. We look at the hair on the front of his face. We see the light. Timing out, Scotsman. Fuck. I've been timed out on my own channel. Hey, can't stay. Just wanted to drop a like and see if you have spoken to Willie Fistergash lately. No, I have not. But I wish I could. Hail, Mandy. Welcome to my channel. Appreciate you. And I appreciate and wait for the day in which you can send me a super chat and have me read something ridiculous. That's right. I have dozens more, by the way. I have many more. But I have held off. That will be happening. And I will read it. With aplomb. I will read it. And enunciate every single word. That's what we will do. All right. Let us switch now to multiply mode. We are going to add a little bit of tone. Not much. 40% is too strong. 30% is better. Just some tone. Not a lot. Tone. Just to offer a little bit of contrast. Not much. Just some in the core shadows. Maybe some of the ambient occlusion areas. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there with our values. I might actually make some selections here. Or some shadow shapes.
Just because you had the last word doesn't mean I won't get stronger. I come up out of disaster. I'm the lead rebellion soldier. I will dominate. I will kill this game, and I still remain. I remain standing here. Ooh, I run this.
Don't want to offer too much. Just a little bit of shape. Let's toggle our rendering layer really quick. Yes. You know what it needs? Right here. And right here. And right here.
Just because you had the last
There
word
we go.
doesn't mean I won't get stronger. Watch me reign and slay and conquer.
These are subtleties.
I'm the lead rebellion soldier. I will dominate. I will kill this game, and I still remain.
Ah, thank you, brother. Oh. Keep switching to a different tool. It's grabbing my layer and moving it. Cool. A little bit right here. A little too heavy. It's perfect. Yes. 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 Okay. Now, let us reflect some light here. Switch this to normal mode. 10%. Light that up a little bit. this. There. Okay. We need to do the legs. All right. Get our base color back. Now, light source coming from the front, reflected underneath from the top. So that means that we're going to have a wide cast shadow there. We're going to come back in closer. As we curl down the leg, we're going to get a little wider away. We're going to get in nice and close. Swoop back out. And as we curl around the tip of the knee, we're going to go away from that a little bit. Okay. Now, we're going to get our brush. Set to multiply. 50% flow. Need to be on the right layer. There we go. All right. Okay, core shadow. Okay. I have no experience of digital, so this may be a dumb question. How does coloring Odie's work compare to other artists you have colored? Coloring Odie is a whole different type of coloring, right? I had to kind of create a style to work on his stuff. I've colored many things, and let's see. Hold on a second. Look at my face very fast for a moment in time. Let us see. Okay, so we can do this. We can do this. All right. So this isn't done, obviously. This was just a warm-up I did. The day that Cyberfrog launched, I, as a warm-up, decided to color the Ides of March cover. And I'm just playing around with it, right? So, as you can see here, I'm using a very different style. It's still cut and grad, but since there's so much metal, there's so much reflection and chrome, the selections are harder, the gradients, the lighting is different. There's much less rendering, right? Odie heavily renders his stuff. So there's a lot more room for me to play in here. In this chrome, a lot more room for me to play. So I can reflect light. I can, I can do all kinds of things. I can do all kinds of things there. So there's that. I've got a bunch of things that I've colored, but this is a piece that Rob Willis drew for a guy by the name of Nerd Who Loots. I think Chaotic Neutral Comics is what his name is. And so this is me coloring Rob. This was done in Procreate. So you can see the original line work here. And the flats. Then the rendering. And then the special effects. And color holds. So, very different style too. I use a lot of open airbrush. I probably would be much sharper with these gradients here. I was very soft with them. This is almost cell shaded in the way this is cut out. But I did this a while ago. was last year sometime, I believe. So different techniques. I probably wouldn't color it this way today if I did it again. Let's see. What's another thing I've colored that would make sense to show you? Got a lot of things, just none of it. I can't really show any of it. I can't show that. Did some Cyberfrog fan art. This is for fun. Ethan had just had a fight with Mike, right? He just had a fight with Mike. He was kind of pissed off. So I watched his stream, and during his stream, I was like, you know, make him some fan art. This was back when Mike was still, when he was leaving CG, I'd say. So I did this quick sketch of Cyberfrog's head and put a bucket of chicken in his eye. And I sent him a tweet and I said, keep your eye on the big bucket of chicken, my friend. Don't worry about this other bullshit. And so, you know, it's just for the fuck of it. So yeah, so, you know, play around with stuff. Let's see. Yeah. I can actually show you the thing that, do I have it on here? I don't know if I do or not. The thing that Liam liked, the reason that he wanted me to color his book was for one specific piece, and I don't see it. Do I have it? Maybe I have it. Might be on my Mac, not on my PC, but let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So, this isn't it. This is another thing. So this is me coloring Tim Townsend. Famous Wolverine drawing from Tim Townsend. This is really low res. It's it's not the actual file. So there's that. And then the thing that Liam saw that reason he wanted me to color Xenotype was this right here, this Spider-Man. So he liked the colors on the buildings and stuff, and you know. So traditionally this picture was an afternoon sunset, I believe. And this is a sun. So I turned it to the moon, made it moonlight, and you know, made some blue reflections from the street below. So anyway. And so we are here. This is where we are at today. Today. We're coloring the Balboa. Oh, and you're welcome. You're welcome, an only twin. Let's see. Look at one more thing here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So now we're going to do this leg. This is going to have a totally different situation here because now our light source is kind of more direct. Oh, is this thing fucking up? I get a lag spike. Saving every now and then. My computer, because I'm streaming, I got web browser windows open. I got Photoshop running. Every now and then it goes no. And I say please, and it says no. I say come on please, and it says okay, one last time. I say oh, thank you. Now we open it. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. So here we go. Let's. Okay, so we're going to get, this is being blocked by the body. We're going to go nice and shallow here. And as this curves, we're going to go all the way off because that's where the light is most direct. And we're going to swoop back out here and do that. We're at multiply, we're at 20. Let's go 40. Okay, we're gonna go down to, let's go to 20. Let's select this. I don't want to get any overspray. That's gonna be all dark down there too. That's going to be all dark. That whole thing is being blocked. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to make kind of a linear selection here. Like that. We're going to switch to screen mode. Swipe, swipe. There we go. Cool. I'm gonna close that window. Let's talk about rendering. Okay. Feeling that. Oh, this one's gonna be interesting. Okay, time for a breakdown. Time for a breakdown. Okay, what are we looking at here? Let's get our shitty brush. Actually, our pencil. Okay. So, we have a relatively vertical plane here. The muzzle coming out like that. We've got a side plane like this. We've got a little bit of a 3/4 plane, kind of slightly tilted. We've got a little edge here. And then this is all the front. This is front. All right, so I want to break this down further. Kind of a side plane, top of the brow, same thing. Top edge of the head, kind of like that. There's a little bit of a valley there. So we got a little bit of a valley. This is a frontal plane of the under part of the eyelid right here. Another plane facing in like that. So these kind of curve and meet each other. curve and meet each other. This is an arc, but we've got a top edge and a front edge. It's kind of what I see. Okay. And then down here on the lip, we've got kind of the top of the lip, which is its own plane, and the front of the mouth, kind of the side of the jaw. So if we think of it in terms of geometrics, right? Light source is still from the front. This is actually drawn with a little bit more value than I think might actually exist due to this right here. But after the explosion, if it dissipated really quick, then you would have a flash and then maybe a lot less light. So I guess that makes sense storytelling wise. Same sort of situation here. There's a lot of shadow in his face, so his eyes actually glow very brightly. So, all right, so let's turn this layer off. Let's go back to here. Let's get a selection and make that selection. All right, now we're going to, man, so many glows. I want to make sure I get the right color. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead and make a selection right like that. We're at 40%. Is a little strong. Get a little tiny bit of a highlight right there. And then a little tiny bit of a highlight right there. Okay, now we're looking at snarls here. So okay. Okay, let's get some highlights in here. Okay, let's take a look at this rendering. It does what it do, baby. It does what it do, baby. It does what it do. On average, how long does it take to complete one page? It depends. I mean, I've colored a page as fast as 6 hours. I've had pages take, some of Odie's pages take 20 to maybe 30 hours to color, which is fucking crazy. But as you can see, like, you know, it's heavily rendered. It's heavily rendered, and I spend a lot of time breaking it down and figuring out what I'm looking at. You know, so I get the shapes right, so I get the tonality that I'm looking for right. I try to dissect what Odie was doing in certain places, what he's emphasizing. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to balance those two things. So, you know, some pages take a long time, some pages don't. Really just depends. Can you show that page as you got it from Odie? Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. So this is what it looks like, just the line art. So then we lay in our flats. start to define the shapes, start to define the characters, carve out what colors go where. Then we add some blue glows for Felix or for Esper. We add some red glows for Salvor. We add some yellow glows for his eyes. We do some special effects. Then we reflect some light places. We got some reflected light right in here. And we render. I'm rendering there, I'm rendering there, I'm rendering there. So, is it surprising to see the detail? The black and white. The black and white's intense, man. It's so, it's crazy. It's very unique rendering. Very unique rendering. Okay. Okay. Hmm. How's the progress coming along? I'm about to wrap a bunch of pages, so I could use another tranche of pages. This page will be wrapped soon. Did I color on my flats layer? I well, might have. Yeah, I did. Indeed. Indeed I did. That is fine. That is okay. All we need to do is beautiful coloring. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Felix. Just entranced by Scotsman's colors. Hell, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Too kind. Too kind. Sometimes you just fat finger the fuck out of a keybind. You get something showing up, you're like, what the fuck is that? Dude, guys, I had the most divine dinner tonight. We made chicken fried steak in brown gravy. Mashed potatoes, corn. Fuck. So good. With a cup of inner brew. Oh man, when I was in Scotland, I tried the Iron Brew. Wasn't a fan, and I think it was mostly because sugars are different, right? Sugars are different in the UK than they are in the US. Gonna be cooking breakfast in 30 minutes, I reckon. Fuck. It'll be what, 4:30 a.m. where you're at? Fucking A. It's 2:29 where I'm at. $5.29. Damn. I'm drinking. Mm.
Round and round we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what
I remember when you could casually go to a store and purchase such beverages. Right? It's just not that way anymore, right? It's a new day, a new time.
under your spotlight?
Those were the days. Agreed. All right. What the fuck is this over here? A room light. And then that's going to be his ear. Realized I wasn't selecting with anti-alias. It's not a big deal. Some of these edges are a little sharper than I want. Ah, it's a lion. What's up, kid? A Denshire lion. The Denshire lion stalks the tall grass. He looks for an unsuspecting victim. He sees his prey, unsuspecting. He uses the tall grass as camouflage to get close. And then in an instant, bang! It's over. His prey is dead, crushed by the power of his jaws, cut and bleeding by the strength and sharpness of his claws. The Denshire cat, the Denshire lion, rules the jungle. And to him there is no equal. Hail, brothers. Denshire cat, Denshire lion. What do Denshire lions feed on? Wolves. Nay, whatever the fuck they want. Like, it goes back to that eternal question. Where do bears sleep in the woods? Wherever they please. It's true. Same for the Denshire lion. Alright, so fellas, I have no fucking idea what all these textures are up here. I just said they're folds and wrinkles and mane and head. So I colored them accordingly.
Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer.
Could probably another selection right there.
Ashamed to be alive. Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take.
Liam Gray, are you there? Are you there? Tell me you're there. Tell me you're there, Liam Gray. I must. I must tell you something. You here? He's here, but he's not. He AFKs. uh, I sent him my ideas so that I do not forget them. Because sometimes my brain goes empty and then everything is fucking lost. Yes, I said lost. Everything is lost. You do not want to have ideas and then have them go missing and then it is lost. That is bad. So, we share our ideas, we put them out there, and then we go. Boom. Like that. Don't forget your good ideas, brothers. Make sure to remember them. It is greatly tragic if you forget. If you forget. Don't forget. Okay. Now we will add some contrast, just a touch. Okay. We'll dial back some of these, some of the value here. I want the contrast on the lip to be that strong. There we go. Hmm. Keystroke. What are you typing, you keyboard warrior? What are you typing? Nothing. I am not worrying via the keyboard. I am communicating with Liam Gray, telling him my thoughts. Because he is my brother. Okay. Maybe we'll touch that up a little bit more later on. I think I'll let that breathe for a bit. See if I got new ideas when I come look at it again. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 3 a.m. It's too... My chair squeaks. I think I'm going to call it here, guys. I think that's a good idea. Let's recap what we did here. We rendered these two figures here. Finished off another page. Toggle that rendering off and on. Yeah, man. I'm pleased with the result. Got some good energy. Hail Scotsman, hail Chad, 6 a.m. I bid thee till next time. Hail Triple R, my brother. Be well, enjoy your breakfast. Get some rest if you haven't yet. And I will see you later on today. More than likely in the baths or something. In the, out there on the Twitters. Or in the Discords. So, take it easy. And to the rest of the chat out there, thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate every single one of you. Yeah. No. Oh, that's for you. That's for you. You're great. If you haven't hit like or subscribe, I appreciate it if you did. Tell your friends. If you're a colorist and you want help on anything, my DMs are open. Feel free to reach out, ask questions. I'll try to help anyone and everyone I can. Hail Ginger Color Spurgs. Hail to you, Delta Spurg Force. A healthy and hearty Aru. Right back at you, brother. And I'll be back later on, today, this day, coloring more. And I guess I'll see you then. Until then, stay safe. Don't get the corona. And if you do, stay fucking home. Get some help. All right. Appreciate you. I'll see you guys later. Good night.